Hey, what's going on, men? How are you doing? And any ladies that may be hanging around too? Happy Tuesday, if only it was Friday. What up, man? I'm hoping for none. They didn't get back to me about that being an issue. He didn't mention anything, so I don't know, maybe he didn't even realize they were gone. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, he has him back now. Yep. Yeah. Yep, he didn't leave a note or anything, so I'm assuming we got away with it. I don't think anybody would willingly volunteer and rat me out to him. Sure can. Yeah, good for them. I don't mind Tampa. Tampa Bay versus Buffalo was James's first ever hockey game in Tampa. So I don't mind the Bolts. What's up, Jason? I take a screenshot. I have a gang, an absolute gang of personal breaks I got to knock out. So that is going away in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, Blas. Yeah. I would love to watch the debates. I think it's going to be an absolute ish show. I think both sides are going to look like idiots. I think I'm just ticked off that I pay more taxes than the president does. I think I'm kind of ticked off. I guess that's because I didn't lose a generation's worth of wealth 10 years ago. So, there's that. Star Wars and Batman. Yeah, I noticed that we didn't have any Star Wars stuff, so I figured there would be Star Wars related stuff in the Pops. There would be Star Wars related stuff in possibly the comics, in the 8x10s, and in the figure boxes. So I figured that'd be a fun chase. What's up, Lush? Speaking of, let me go ahead and get this knocked out. The quicker I get these knocked out, the quicker we get to get more personal breaks in and actually break them. All right, this one is for Will. Marvel Masterpieces. Dave Palumbo edition. Well, I would check to see what the list is. Maybe it's flooded with both of those. And you just have a high probability of having that happen. It's out of $14.99. Venom. Good old Venom. $14.99. I don't. Out of $19.99. $4.99. Those ones I don't. The only luck I've ever had out of those, I did pull a Hank Aaron once, and I did pull a Michael Jordan once. $14.99. But out of how many of those I've opened, it's not a significant ratio. Oh, wow, that's funny. Yeah, that is good. Ooh, here's a nice Battle Spectrum Gem Blue or Teal. That's going to be out of $99. It's Hercules versus Thor. I'll take Thor in that one. Silk the Shaka out of $14.99. Hawkeye versus Bullseye. Battle Spectra. And the Vision out of $14.99. Moon Knight, $19.99. We have a 2 out of 25 Marvel Metal Rogue. What's going on, Doug? How are you, my friend? Deadpool, $14.99. $9.99. Man, Doug, listen, bud. I hate to bring it up, but I have to vent. Why is Chris Sims the only one talking about the fact that that indeed was not an interception? Every other... Ooh, this is a real good sketch card. Every other talking head only talks about the penalty at the end of the game. Sherwin Santiago, real good juggernaut. Now, mind you, yes, that call was incorrect. However, it still would have been a penalty. It was just a matter of misclassifying the penalty and changing the yardage. But the interception just flat out wasn't an interception. Yet nobody, because we are Buffalo, seems to want to acknowledge that fact and wants to key in on the fact that we got a call gifted to us at the end of the game, which was only about 50% gifted. It hurts my heart. Out of $199. Hella. Jigsaw, $14.99. my goodness. But the other one was the big momentum shift. It kicked Aaron Donald in the butt and made him sackmaster Aaron for the second half of the game. Killmonger 1999 Nebula. So I was listening to every station. I'm like, finally, Buffalo's going to get people talking about him. Well, they just barely got by, and if it wasn't for that call at the end, that bad call at the end, I was like, wait, what? No credit where at least some credit is due. It's true, Jeremy. Yeah. I was just really excited to hear, like, all the talk about Buffalo. I was like, oh, finally, I get to listen to them talk great about us. Nope. Nope. According to the media, we were lucky to win. Oh, no, absolutely. Oh, they blew a huge lead. Oh, I agree 100%. They absolutely blew a huge lead. Oh, absolutely. I do not deny that. Hey, man. All right, let me get that. All right, I have 3 videos I need to make real quick, and then I will get to everyone else. Everything is good. That's right. When we take it to Vegas this week and become one of the few 4-0 teams, everybody will pay attention. Of course, I'm sure something will happen that will detract from that as well. Yeah. No, we're not going to lose to Vegas. Vegas doesn't have the pass rushers the Rams did. You're going to be giving Josh Allen an extra second that he wasn't getting last week. I mean, it's cool. I get it. You can love your team. I just don't realistically think they're going to win. Yeah, right? Well, I mean, we are the Bills. We've been receiving negative attention since 1990. No, actually, the first 3 Super Bowls we did, it was the 4th Super Bowl that did us in. When we lost the 4th one, it was like, okay, now let's make fun of the Bills. Yeah, man, this is going to be for Joe. Rams defense is serious. Oh, I absolutely agree. I never said they weren't. Not the Rams. Did I say I didn't mean Rams. I meant Raiders. I'm sorry. I'm not concerned about the Raiders defensive line. Yeah, I didn't mean Rams defensive line. Too many R words. The Rams defensive line is disgusting. It's the Raiders defensive line I'm not worried about. There we go. All right, this one is for Joe. 2020 Leaf superlative. Haven't there been some absolutely interesting things come out of here or what? It has been nutty. One of only one. Spectacular patch. Robin Yount. It is. How's that for a patch? Scuba, you hate sports anyway. I'm sorry. Competitive knitting, you're a big fan of, but the regular sports, not the pretend ones. All right, so that is going to be the sports 101. Let's get it. That's going to be a $25 store credit. Yeah, all right. Never a bad time when that 101 pops up. I mean, honestly, yeah. That's a fairly easy win right there, too. So you get to look good doing it. All right, this one is for Chris. Autographed Hockey Puck, Series 8, 92 out of 200. I know who this is. I don't even need to cheat. That right there is Jim Craig. Team USA. Here's a fun fact. Let's see who can answer this the quickest. What position was Jim Craig when he won the gold medal in 1980? Concessions, that's right. Blue is the winner. Scuba Vince, who knows nothing of the sport, comes in second place. Well, Scuba, you're the one who's always like, ew, sports. From the 2016 NHL Draft, which took place in Buffalo, Alexander Nylander. And mixed. See, I love hockey. I really like hockey. It's hard for me to say I love hockey because I love football so much. But my problem is if the Sabres aren't in it, I honestly usually won't watch hockey. Which tells me I'm not in super love with hockey, even though it was my first love. But when the Sabres are in it, I watch it pretty religiously. Kindrachuk. Yeah, right? I love Hamilton. That was the coolest gift I ever received, was my mother giving me her tickets. Nope, it's only one bounty per person per break. It's the only fair way to do it. And I would have given him the most difficult bounty to... So he would have got the 1-on-1, even if it was autoed, and I'd leave the auto for somebody else because it's a little bit easier. So I do make it easier on the rest of the field if there ever is a double bounty situation. I'm so happy I didn't do that near anybody's cards. I sure can, Jeremiah. Let me just clean up my mess. Thank God it's just water, because that's how you get ants. All right, Jeremiah. Let me, as far as the elements, I only have 4 of them. Do you want me to edit that number 6 to a 4? Because if you want, what I can do is I can edit the elements to 4, and I can add the hobby basketball if you want. I should be able to do that. Jeremiah, are you going to put the separate order in, or do you want me to adjust the one that you have? In the meantime, I'm processing everyone else's stuff too. All right, Dub. What you get? Yeah, I really don't get Sapphire anymore, and it's a shame. Vince, I did not know that. I'm pretty sure, Vince, you've lost that love and feeling. All right, Jeremiah, we'll do. No, no, nothing. I don't even think he knew because he didn't say a word. You're welcome, man. All right, Jeremiah, just as a heads up, you're going to see two different charges. The first is for the total of the original that you had, and the other is for the difference. It's all going to equal the correct number. Just wanted to give you a heads up so you don't think that it's weird that there's two charges. Good, Ryan. How are you? Dub, are we also doing the soccer? Or is that going home? Oh, yeah, we're breaking it. I gotcha. I didn't specify which football. Do they have RPAs in that? Might be a flaw to that plan. I don't know if that product has rookie patch autos. Yeah, I think it does. start there. Sometimes. Jeremiah, whatever you do for a living, I want to do it. And if it's live off of a trust fund, I want to do that too. I mean, I'd prefer if I was living off a trust fund, but I guess what you're doing would be a close second. What up, Trev? All right, what do you want to see first? Foosball or basketball? What up, Bogey? There you go. I like it. Apparently, Jeremiah is a rapper. Or a producer. I like it, Trev. Thank you. Football first. All right, this is for Jeremiah. Elements 2020 foosball. Fun fact, Jeremiah, whose break this is, has a very interesting story. He used to be a miner. He used to dig diamonds out of the ground. Derrick Henry, Cobalt, out of 27. He was actually on the pickaxe end of one of the largest diamond finds in the world. And through the percentage he got in the finder's fee, was able to buy his own diamond mine. And now he is a big player in the diamond industry. And his tagline is "Started from the bottom, now I'm here." Because he was in the bottom of the mine shaft, and now he has his own office. Pretty cool story. How about some Tua out of 50? Well, Jason, that's the end of an era. Keyshawn Vaughn, Cobalt, out of 27. Travis. Started from the bottom, I'm still there. Khalil Mack out of 46. Yeah, the Cobalts do look very good. Chase Young out of 27. What up, Post? Van Jefferson. You know exactly who that man is by the name. It's out of 125. My night's good. It's only an hour and a half into it. Joshua Kelly. Out of 199. He is a Ram. Thus the yellow and blue for Mr. Jefferson. Yeah, man, that dude's doing his thing. Definitely has an actual auto that you can read. Carson Wentz, out of 79. Devin DuVernay can return kicks, out of 199. Zach Moss hurt his pinky toe. It's out of 35. Dub. Yeah. McFarland. That's going to be 5 out of 10 neon. Hey, listen, if he doesn't want to retire, he can always come to Buffalo. Jake Fromm, out of 91. Anthony McFarland, 199. Stevens, out of 75. This man is an absolute unit. Heavy metal, out of 50, John Randall. All right, 2019-2020 Prism Basketball. 2 autographs and 22 prisms at minimum. Tonight I am completely booked on group breaks, but I have time for personals. Keldon Johnson. Austin Rivers, out of 149. Chamay. Shaquille O'Neal. That guy. Sekou. Joe Harris. Prism. Terry Mann. Hyper. Hero. Luck O' the Lottery. Cam. Fiondu. Blake Griffin, Silver. Rubio, Red Pulsar. Culver. Weatherspoon. Sean Kemp. That's going to be out of 75. Lonzo Hyper. Francis Fearless. Pippen passing the ball. Ty Jeremy. Isaac Silver. Wiggins Auto. That's a Harden Prism Fearless. Smaljic, Jazz Hands, out of 199. Sexton, Red Pulsar, Butler. Roby. Cam Johnson, out of 99. Blue Cracked Ice. Maravich. That would be a silver Giannis. Nancy. LeBron. Nope, all group breaks are sold out. I think I'm sold out for the entire week, or pretty close to it. Jordan Poole. Trey Waters. Smith. Rondo. KD. McDaniels. Rui. Chris Paul Prism. Larry Bird Hyper. Kyrie. All right, these two packs need to be better. Iggy. Servetus. Whiteside. Culver. Ro Langford. Brooke Lopez. Sekou Damboya. That, my friend, was one of the weakest boxes I think I have opened for you. Cannot sugarcoat that one, man. I'm going to be straight shooting from the hip on that one. You and I have opened way better boxes. No, Jack, I don't think I have any Pokemon. Nope. I did have some Magic the other day, so I do know he had gaming up here at one point. I'll ask for it again. As a matter of fact, I'll put it on the board. As a really big reminder. There. It's on the board. All right, give me a second. I'll show you the list. A Greek. Hey, Xeon, how are you doing, bud? Hopefully you and your family are happy and healthy. I'm sorry to hear that, Xeon. Jack, typically not in this chat, man. It's just groups, cases, and boxes. We typically don't have anybody that does any of the wars or splits anything. Usually, it's pretty straight up for it. I mean, hey, if you guys want to, go for it, we just won't take liability for it on this channel. But you're free to buy something if you want to see it broke. All right. Let's get Thomas's order. Apparently, he did a thing. Usually if I ask, I get it. So I'm pretty confident that we'll have some. I'm pretty confident. Thomas, I only have 3 of them. You ordered 4. Do you want me to knock it down to 3 and just send you one? Or excuse me, do you want me to do 3 live and send you one? Or do you just want me to knock the order down to 3? Mosaic football, got it. Do 3? Okay, just want to make sure. Dub, nothing. You're still up next. I'm just processing new orders. I would if I knew what juicy honey was. Jeremiah. Jeremiah, did you grab the other one? What's going on, Dan? How are you doing? Oh man, I did not know about that. I'm gonna have to look. William, how you doing? Rosie. Josh Allen is the answer. And no, he is not available. Oh, Josh Stallion, he says. All right, I can get this one in before the mixer break. Hey, Andy, how are you doing? Hey, Rosie, do you remember the crap I got when I drafted him? Do you remember that? And I told everybody that I will just let his performance speak for it. I had no comeback. I just said, just watch. Remember when that happened? Josh Allen makes me look like a genius right now. I told everybody, and they sent text after text mocking me. And I said, you know what? I'm not even going to respond. I will let his play speak for itself. Who's laughing now? All right, Dub, which one do you want to see first? Well, shouldn't have bet against the Bills. I kind of figured baseball would be first. This personal break is for Dub. After this, we will have a mixer. I think it is the football mixer up first. So we're going to squeeze this one in beforehand. Bon chance, mon ami. Oh, there's something in here that's green. Do we like green? Bo Naylor, 9 out of 99. Playful, Corbin Carroll. Bayron. I saw it. I still have the second order. Do you want me to push that one through? Louis. Kevin Smith out of $4.99. I love his movies. All right, it'll be sometime after the group break. But we'll get there. $4.99. You're done. We'll get there. Matos. Gore 250. Dia. That guy's the bomb. Dominguez. I've heard his name before. I think people like him. We have had the appetizer. Now it is time for the main course. I would like to see a insert we haven't seen yet. That's what I want. I want something different. Clayson out of 25. That's a tie-dyed field level. It's close to a gold field level. How about a color variant, Robert Lewandowski? I'm gonna just go a little bit higher. There we go. It's Eden. One half of the Hazard brothers. Van Dyke. Carvalho. That is a Prism auto of William Carvalho. Harry Kane. Lukaku. 225. And a color variant, Eden Hazard. Andre Silva. That's out of 175. Julian Brandt from Germany. Pellegrini. Carvajal. Red, white, and blue. Silva. Zuber. Jose Fonte. Prism. Mezzanine. All right, something good is in here. Gareth Bale. And that is a color variant. Prism. De Bruyne. And Alvaro Morata, Triumph, jersey. Memphis, Mbappe, Felix. That is a Prism field level red, white, and blue. Color variant to boot. I would say so. Raheem Sterling. Lukaku, out of 25. Tie-dye Prism. Rodrigo. Kingsley Coman. Another Harry Kane. Borrell. Glenn Kamara. Palmieri. Prism. How about a nice Kai mezzanine? And unfortunately, last pack. Guillermo. Xer. Out of 65. Seferovic. Yeah. Thanks, Max. I like it. All right, bud, there you go. That was a fantastic break. Good stuff in there. Very good stuff. Okay, okay, I see you. All right, all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, who's up for a football mixer? "2020 football mixer break. 2020 football mixer break. Start that all over again. It's a 7-box David Adams Card World live 32 spot random team break. Let's random. Eight. Well, that's 3 or more, so I'll take it. Seven. Doug, the Saints. Aaron M, Steelers. Thomas B, the Ravens. Jeremiah L, the Broncos. Troy A, the Rams. James O, the Dolphins. Michael M, the Cardinals. William L, the Panthers. Brian C, the Patriots. William L, Washington. Brian C, the Bears. Azrael G, the Jets. Blake S, the Falcons. Danny S, the Raiders. Blake S, the Texans. Richard G, the Browns. Robertus, you have the Jaguars. Doug H, the Lions. Edward S, the Bengals. Jason W, the Colts. Suzanne P, the Chargers. Brian F, the Eagles. Louis G, the Cowboys. Richard G, the Bills. Eden, you have the Packers. Jamie B, the Vikings. Jeremiah L, the Titans. Elliot L, the Seahawks. Adam S, the Giants. George H, the 49ers. Christopher B, the Bucks. And Adam S, the Chiefs. All right, where do I want to start? Let's start with Elite. Good luck, everybody. Out of 99, Chris McCaffrey. Jeremiah, it's pretty good. Justin Jefferson, Tommy Brady. Who do the Buccaneers play this weekend? Marlon Davidson out of 25, Falcons. It's going to be a die cut status rookie. Dub, are you saying you're going to have the greatest pull ever? Or the break itself is going to be the greatest pull ever, and you're stuck with the Jets? Clarify. I get it. I get it. That's a good joke. Jalen Johnson. $7.99. Da Bears. Speaking of Da Bears, Gold Comet. Da Bears. Gotcha. You'd think this is going to be the greatest pull ever, and you're stuck with the Jets. Maybe it is a... Okay, so it's a stretch, but bear with me. It's going to be an 8 auto. 8-person auto. It will be 8 rookies. And Mims will be one of them. And you'll win the random. Josh Jacobs. So let's just imagine that then, Dub. Yeah, I have no idea. This stuff sells out before I can see it. $3.99, Josh Jacobs. Somebody, what was the price per team? It's not much. I endorse these and I make Sean make them because they're not very much. And I want everyone to have room to jump in if they get here early enough. Oh, you're welcome, Dub. Too much if you have the Jets. $3.49, Lava Jackson. Because he's hot. Needs to work on throwing the ball a little bit more, though. Listen, Mims will be fine once he's off the Jets. Out of 20, Jake from Buffalo. Buffalo. Good old Buffalo. $7.99. Tanny out of 49. Here's a fun fact. Doug, I actually did a random break before I worked here. And I got a Jared Goff autographed college jersey, Nike college jersey. And I wish I would have hung on to it. I sold it last year when they were on the struggle bus. Chase. Wish I would have hung on to it. It's really nice, too. Out of 349, Derrick Henry. Darius Leonard. DK Metcalf, $3.99. That is another draft pick that I was pleased panned out in both of my leagues. Well, in one of my leagues, he's my number 1 receiver. In another one, he's my number 2. Speaking of Jared Goff, there's one out of 84. And people are like, ooh, that's kind of early for DK. I was like, nope. That boy was just learning last year. He's going to produce this year. And again, making me look like a genius when it comes to GMing. Oh, well, I sold it. And I'm sure that money I spent probably was buying toilet paper. All right, we have to random that off because that's what I was told. So, we have to do it. Unfortunately. $7.99 Kenneth Murray. 89 Carson Wentz. Nice. Albert Okwebunam, $3.99 for the Broncos. I'd still take Goff over Wentz. Jalen Reagor. Speaking of Philly. Let's go Panini Contenders draft pick first off the line. They print Mims. Kyler. Out of 99. Well, there you go. Dig that, Cardinals? But even more so, what about Ruggs? School Colors Cracked Ice 23. That's a pretty good card. How you feel about that one? We will see him on Sunday. Well, I mean, he'll suit up. I don't know if we'll actually see him. Hunter Bryant. I forgot who Hunter Bryant went to, so give me a second. Detroit. Detroit is Hunter Bryant. Yeah, I don't have any Sapphire, Joel. When you said it earlier, I even told you. I don't have any Sapphire. Patrick Taylor. Brian Harrion. I have no idea who, if he was drafted. He ended up with the Browns. Even though they waived him, he's going to be a Brown. Where are my post-it notes? Patrick Taylor is a Packer. Yes, if he's on the Jets practice squad now, because it is the pre-draft rookie, it's still going to go to the team that claimed him first. So he's still, unfortunately, going to end up a Brown. As much as I would love to give him to the Jets, I cannot. Guidry. Guidry is a Cowboy. A Cowboy who opted out of the season. I do not have any superlative, so that would be tomorrow earliest, I believe. T. Higgins. Well, we know where that first off the line exclusive is going. There you go, Cincy. Contenders, first off the line, 2019. Let's just get to it. I know you probably thought that would be last, but no. Jordan Reed. That is a first off the line exclusive. Josh Allen. Caleb McGarry. at one point in his career was a Falcon. Stanley Morgan Jr. out of 99. At some point was a Bengal. Alex Barnes, I believe, is still maybe a Titan. Josh Allen is definitely still with the Jags and should be for a long time coming. All right, first off the line autograph exclusive is going to be me, Cole Hardman Jr. Had a big catch on Sunday, or excuse me, on Monday. I am gonna need a bigger boat. Let's go with some Obsidian first off the line 2020, shall we? It's the draft pick version. Huntley out of 99. No idea where he went. If he went. That sounds familiar. I think he went somewhere. Ravens. Oh. This one's pretty good. Or at least should be someday. How about we go ahead and get that bounty? 3 out of 5. Jacob Eason, RPA. Who has the Colts? Jason W. That's going to be good for a spin. LaMichael Perrin out of 99. Out of 49, Benny LeMay. I have no idea where Benny LeMay went. The Browns. Oh, that's right. That guy was a Jet. Congratulations on that earlier card. How about 1 out of 20, Jerry Jeudy? He's got talent. Denver. Out of 99, C.J. Anderson. This is the one I always forget. Jacksonville. Jacksonville. Let's go Elements. Sean Taylor out of 79. Jerry Jeudy out of 27. Doug's going to like this one. Van Jefferson out of 125. Jake Fromm, 79. Now it's time for some gold standard. Sonny, you do unless it's on my list that I have. If it's not on the list, it's next business day. Out of 99. Detroit, it's Megatron. Will Fuller, 199. Anthony McFarland and Chase Claypool, 249. Joshua Kelly and Justin Herbert out of 249. Jason Huntley, 199 to Detroit. Ruggs out of 49. And Kamara, jersey number out of 75. Last box, Panini Black, first off the line. Edwards. Lamar Jackson out of 99. Tyler Johnson out of 12. 12 out of 12 to be exact. Charles Tillman out of 50. That's a pretty good card right there. And 4 out of 7, Antonio Gibson. All right, Indianapolis has a spin, and then we have a card to random. Here you go, Indy. And owner of Indy, Jason W. is a $10 store credit with your name on it. All right, this is going to be random between the Cowboys, the Washington football team, the Browns, and Dallas. Niner. Oh, there's actually 2 Dallas on there. Even better. Did I say 8 times or 9 times? I got sidetracked by the fact Dallas was on there twice. I think I said 9, right? 6 and 3. Pretty sure it was 6 and 3. All right, so whoever is on top at the end gets the card. And it's Dallas on both turn 8 and 9, so I guess it doesn't matter. All right, Dallas, as it should be, you get the CeeDee Lamb. All right, Al, I just got your email. Keegan, I do have yours. I stand corrected. I was unaware that yours was a previously ordered break. And when I look back at your note, I realized you said it the whole time. So, it's on me. Keegan, you're right there, friend. Yep, Sonny, just let me catch up on some of the stuff from earlier today, and I'll be more than happy to take more orders. All right, Keegan, are you ready? right, I might have scared Keegan off when I said no. Al, let's get yours. Yeah, Don. I can either ship you one or I can take one off your order. It's up to you. I sure can, Ryan. As soon as I finish getting rid of some of the breaks I already have sitting here. All right, this one is for Al. Hit Parade Basketball. Autographed jersey, 79 out of 100. That should be Michael Bridges. All right, Don, I'll ship it. There you go. Michael Bridges, the old MB. Sounds good, Joel. Ah, Keegan, I got it right here for you, bud. Sorry about that miscommunication. All right, this one is for Keegan. 2020 Leaf Superlative Sports. Earlier today, we had a one-of-one Robin Yount entire laundry tag patch card. Let's see what this one is. That's quite a few more patches. Dom DiMaggio, Johnny Damon, Nomar, Mo Vaughn, Manny Ramirez, Jason Veritek, George Scott, and Kurt Schilling. But wait, there's more. Ted Williams, Wade Boggs, David Big Papi Ortiz, Carlton Fisk, Pedro Ramirez, Jim Rice, Roger Clemens, and Yaz. That is a 1 of 1. Superlative 16. You are welcome, friend. Thank you, Sonny. All right, let me begin to process all of the orders I now have. Oh, Jeremiah, I know you're not going anywhere. You should be the first one up. I don't believe anybody got one in before you did. You're welcome, man. You're absolutely welcome. They used to. They used to have the licenses. They got outbid by the big boys. Oh, Jeremiah, I know. I really wish I wasn't missing it. It is going to be a cluster F. And by F, I mean fart. Because I don't know about you, but nothing is more appealing to me than two septuagenarians arguing about politics. Yours should be about an hour to... I would say an hour to an hour and 20 minutes. Sadly, one of those two are going to end up president. Because what we need is a out-of-touch millionaire to lead us. And that goes for both of them. So don't think I'm taking sides in that statement. I'm not. All right, Ryan, thank you. Yeah, Thomas, you and yours is going to be like 5 minutes. Because yours is going to be right after Jeremiah's. Well, Jeremiah's is going to take 10 minutes. So it'll be Jeremiah's, then the 9 o'clock break, then yours. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, I know. Oh, I'm here till 1 a.m., Sonny. 1 a.m. Eastern. Absolutely. Sure, Ryan. Yeah, it's going to be at least an hour, Ryan. Thank you. All right, this is round 2 for Jeremiah. And I'm going to call this. The first round was pretty rough. Jeremiah got beat up pretty bad, but he stayed on his feet. And he is coming back for the second round, and I have a feeling he is going to knock out Panini Prism Basketball. That is my prediction. Here we go, man. Windler. Darius Garland, $2.99. Luka Zamanic. I mean, you got 2 Prism rookies already. That's a better start. Yeah, I heard about that. DeAndre Hunter. Grant Williams. Herter. Heald. Kobe. Bubba. Justin Jackson. 149. Gordon. Kawhi. Kobe. Terry Mann. Jackson Hayes. Avery Bradley. Ball Iper. KG. Nasir. Nick Claxton. RJ Barrett. I mean, let's be honest, the box is already better than the first one. Myers. Bacon. RJ Barrett. Shaquille O'Neal. Clark. Silver. Kobe White. KZ Okpala. How about winning a ring this early in his career? Clay. LeBron. No. Oh, yeah. He is a good indicator that Zion is in the box. Johnson. Kyrie. Kobe. That is a Prism Shaquille O'Neal. Gotta love Shaquille. Kemp. J-Bone. Ja. I'm sorry. Rookie of the Year. Ja. Hayward. Drew. Prism KAT Fireworks. Zamanic. Trier. Out of 25, Mike Conley. Mojo Prism Auto. Luka. Schofield. Gafford. Culver. Larry Nance Jr. out of 25. Kobe. All right, last pack, friend. Where is that Pelican? Edwards. James. That's two of them. Javal McGee. Jimmy Butler. And no Zion, but a Luka second year. My goodness, all the indicators were there. But that was one heck of a better box. By far. You're welcome. All right, I don't know how many of you are aware that we are doing this right now, but we are doing this right now. Yeah, but it's worth it. I feel like I need a little more coffee. I'll do that later. All right, let's just jump straight into it. '20 Hit Parade David Adams Card World exclusive. Series 1. It's a 4-box case. 30 team times 4 random break. That's right. Everybody gets one team from the major 4 sports in the U.S. Some will get combo teams. We'll go over those when it is time. It is more randoming than breaking, so let me jump directly into the randoming. Eight. Now the basketball teams. 9. And the football teams. 10. Really? 8, 9, 10? If the next one's 11, I quit. And finally, hockey. 8. And now you beautiful people. 11. Of course it's 11. Why not? Why not? All right, so Timothy B. Twins, Grizzlies, Ravens, and Sharks. Alexander B. Winnipeg Jets, Saints, Suns, and Padres. Greg M. Blackhawks, 49ers, Spurs, and Royals. Leonard L. Islanders, Rams, Heat, and San Francisco Giants. Martin P. The Knights, Falcons, Rockets, and Mets. Matt M. Capitals, the combo of the Lions and the Jets. The Warriors and the Braves. Martin P. Canucks, Steelers, Trailblazers, and Reds. Alexander A. Flyers, Cowboys, Mavericks, and Phillies. Azriel, the Stars, the Bills, the Hornets, and the Yankees. That's a nice foursome right there. Robert S., the Leafs, the Seahawks, the Jazz, and the Angels. Alexander, Flames, Jags, Bears, Nets, White Sox. Kevin C., Senators, Bruins, Bengals, Cardinals, Lakers, Pacers, Red Sox, and Nationals. Brett, Canadians, Broncos, Sacramento Kings, and the Colorado Rockies. Alexander B, Lightning, Carolina Panthers, Bulls, and Dodgers. Brandon S, Sabres, Oilers, Patriots, Colts, Wizards, Raptors, St. Louis Cardinals, and the Texas Rangers. Steve M, Predators, Vikings, Pistons, Marlins. Brett R, Hurricanes, Texans, Clippers, Pirates. Azrael, Red Wings, Chargers, Nuggets, and Indians. Alexander A, the Rangers, Chiefs, Hawks, and Astros. Greg M, Avalanche, Packers, Knicks, Athletics. Azrael, Penguins, Devils, Raiders, Titans, Timberwolves, Thunder, Blue Jays, and Brewers. Alexander A, Blues, Eagles, Pelicans, and Orioles. Azrael, Florida Panthers, Buccaneers, Magic, and Rays. Russell B, the LA Kings, the New York Giants, Bucks, and Mariners. Robert S, you have the Minnesota Wild and the Blue Jackets, as well as the Browns, the 76ers, and the Diamondbacks. Greg M, Ducks, Dolphins, Celtics, and Cubs. And Matt M, Coyotes, Washington. Football team, that's who that is. Cavaliers and Tigers. Now, I did all of that so that we could get to this. It's case 6 out of 10. Hit Parade 2020 David Am's Car World Breakers exclusive Series 1. $24 out of 40. Well, basketball is going to go first. And Alexander B, your Chicago Bulls have pulled a Kobe White Mosaic rookie. $13 out of 40, as Sean would say, lucky number 13. It's time for baseball. Well, Alexander B won the first one. Alexander A wins the second. From Luminaries, out of 15, Bryce Harper. Fred, I can't. I'm working. 2 out of 40. Dang. Football, you're up. Oh, no way. Alexander A, the exact same spot. You had the Phillies and the Cowboys. Zeke Elliott, 16 Panini Prism. Prism Rookie Gem Mint 10. Oh, thanks, Doc. I like to think I'm fun. Fred, they're already freaking out. It's only like 5 minutes old. Are you talking about us or them? 35 out of 40. This one should be hockey, or else they made a mistake. Oh, it is. It's hockey. Oh, this is going to ruffle some feathers. Alexander A. Different spot, not the same spot. New York Rangers. Clear cut auto. Wayne F. Gretzky. Because when I think Gretzky, I think Rangers. That's where he did his best work. All right. Well, Alexander bought 4 spots. He got 3 hits. 2 of them in the same spot. There you go. I will tell you, everybody that won was named Alexander, because Alexander B bought 2 spots and he got 1. So everybody, change your name to Alexander. All right, Tom, you're up next. Trade what to Alex? Oh, you mean trade them to Alex for the hits? You know what? I would open him first, and maybe he'll trade. I mean, you might as well give him to him. He's already a winner today. All right, I take it you're ready then? All right.
And determine for themselves how dangerous this was.
God, it's already starting. I have family members sending me excerpts already, and it's not even 10 minutes old. All right, this is for Tom. Hit Parade Graded Comic 2020 SIG Edition Series 4, 19 out of 100. Let's get something pretty nasty, shall we? Let's get something very desirable. Secret Invasion. Inhumans #1. Medusa on the cover. Signed by Tom Rainey and Scott Hanna. There they are. Wait, Mark, are you serious? Let me guess. I'm gonna guess. Don't tell me. Let me guess. He cut him off. He cut him off while he was saying something. And his retort was, shut up. Silk #1 by Greg Land. Dynamic Forces Edition. That's a 9.6 from 2016. That is exactly why it's going to be an S show. I called it before it started. 2 out of 100. I told you guys it's just going to be an S show. Batgirl #9, 9.6 from 2010. Signed by Stanley Art Germ Lau. Scuba, you're absolutely correct. Nobody's going to change their mind. Nobody. Fun fact, the part of your brain that is used to process and have affinity for religion is the exact same part of your brain that does the same for politics. So by that statement, it is as easy, or I should say, it is as difficult to change somebody's religious beliefs as it is to change their political ones. If you don't believe me, Google that factoid and it will explain a lot. It is just in our fundamental wiring. Yeah, actually, those were, Tom, all three of those were good. All three of those, actually, four, because he had four signatures. All four of them were important, so I dig it. Yeah, Scoops. But no, seriously, from a, I wouldn't know if that's physiology, because your brain doesn't move, but from an anatomical standpoint, it's the same part of your brain for both. All right, I do have somebody scheduled for 9:30. Andrew. Andrew, are you here yet? How about now? There we go. All right, Andrew. Andrew O, are you here? No, Andrew. All right, Don. You are next on the list. Excellent, David. You are next. Let me pull it right now. I got you, brother. Thank you. I am pretty stoked about this product. I don't think I've opened it yet. So, David, you're up right after this one. All right, done. Panini Mosaic Football Hobby. He's not just any Jones. He's the People's Jones. Witten, followed by Zeke. Calvin, Man of Mastery. Men of Mastery, and Breeze, Gandy Golden, Swifty, Perrin, and Edwards. That is a Luke Kuechly Prism. Cam Akers out of 99. Lamar Swagger. Mims, Ruggs, and Claypool. There's a run on wide receivers. Watson, Pro Bowl. Joey Burrow, debut. DeAndre. J. Love. Ayuk. Ayuk having the game that I said he would have. Because he needed it. Cigarette and a Fresca. Russell Pro Bowl. Marshawn. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. Ruggs, Andrews, and Queen. Mike Evans. Tony G. In it to win it, Eli. You know, you could make the argument that Eli was the better Manning. You'd look like a fool, but you could make that argument. Neon Dion. Squirmin' Thurman. There he is. Speak of the devil. Cam Jordan, out of 99. Danny Marino. Javon Kinlaw. Cup. Mac Attack. Hertz. Taylor. Mahomey. And Love. A.J. Terrell. Kevin King. Kyler. Jefferson Berry. Judy and Burra. Aaron Darnold, the absolute unit of a human being. CD. How about that stained glass window, Pat Mahomes? I mean, I thought that was a big deal. Debate must be really good. Thanks, Don. Thanks, buddy. Brian Dawkins. There's a headhunter. Michael Thomas. Ken Murray, A.J. Dillon, Isaiah Simmons, and Emmett. There you go, my friend. Definitely the stained glass window is the highlight of that break, without a doubt. Not that it was bad. Tons of rookies. But that was definitely the big dog. And how about Pat Mahomes is going to be a father? How about that? Congratulations to Mr. Mahomes. All right, David. David D. Are you ready? Also, after David, is Andrew O ready? Sure did, cards. All right, this is for David D. 1920 Obsidian Soccer, aka football, if you don't live in the U.S. 7 cards per box, 4 autographs or memorabilia cards. And I'm pretty sure I haven't broke this yet. So beginner's luck should be in full effect. Greensman. Well, I mean, this is a great start. Kai Havertz. 135. Out of 50, Joshua Kimmich. Alvaro Morata out of 99. Cameron Carter-Vickers out of 25. Kingsley out of 145. Excuse me, 149. James Milner out of 65. There you go, my friend. Post. There should be. I'll know a little bit more once I get past the 10 o'clock break. Yeah, David, it was good. Not crazy, but there are solid hits in there. The Havertz, yep, that was the gem I was about to say. The Havertz is pretty dang good. The Kingsley ain't bad. But thanks, man. Listen, anytime you want to do football, I am down, brother. Or if you call it soccer, I'll do soccer too. But I'm down, man. I break a lot of the stuff. We have the 2020 Euro Select. I've been blowing through that stuff. It is gorgeous too, if you haven't seen it. You're welcome, man. Take care. Be safe, please. All right. Andrew O. Andrew O, are you here? Take that as a no. All right, David S., are you ready? All right, this one is for David. Hit Parade Mystery Box 2020 Pop Culture Edition Series 4, 13 out of 50. Is it lucky number 13? Let's find out. You've got a set of glasses. 4 Minions glasses. To go with your Minions glasses, you get a Muppet tumbler. I mean, listen, I've just hooked up your whole kitchen. You can mark that off the Hanukkah, Christmas, Kwanzaa list. Mad Hatter. Bobby Brady. It does not have a 0 in it, so that is not a bounty. Micro Changers. Dragon Ball Super. And last but not least, My Little Brony. There you go. All right, my guess is it's yellow. Open it up and let me know. All right, Santino. Sonny, are you ready? Sonny, are you there? I didn't want to say anything, Cards, but there's a lot of people angry with you. In a good way. Hey, Motley, what's going on, duder? Hey, man, I didn't do anything. All I did was open the box. You bought the spots. Thank you. Fam's good. And how about you, man? Same question. Good, man. That's what I like to hear. All right, Sonny. Last call for Sonny. Ryan. Ryan, are you ready? There you go, Alex. You got it. Ryan, am I the only one not watching? Should I just like go dark for an hour? Maybe crying. Why would they be crying? Crying laughing? It's a nightmare. Okay. Oh, I assumed it was the debate, not me. Only time I'm a nightmare is when I haven't had my nap. You are welcome. It should be accurate, too. I just closed out what I believe to be the rest of the orders I had waiting. All right, it is time. Who's ready for a hockey mixer? Yay! "2020 Hockey Mixer Break." It's a 7-box David Adams Card World Live 31 spot random team break. Niner. All right, I'll take all of you beautiful people. 5. 925. Oh, Dolly. Daniel R. Montreal, Eric L. Boston and Carolina, Andrew O. Calgary, Daniel R. Chicago, Joseph D. Edmonton, Nick E. Minnesota, Nicholas G. Anaheim, Daniel R. Ottawa, Julie F. St. Louis, Daniel R. San Jose, Andrew O. Nashville, Jason A. Vegas, Tony G. Dallas, Steve J. The Kings, David R. Washington, Daniel R. Vancouver, Tony G. Columbus, Daniel R. New Jersey and Detroit, Edward S. The Islanders, Andrew O. Arizona, Christopher B. Toronto, Paul M. Winnipeg, Daniel R. Tampa Bay and the Rangers, Carol G. Philadelphia, Peter A. Florida, Nicholas G. Colorado, Daniel R. Buffalo, and Nicholas, you have the Berg. Well, Ashton, that is about as classless and unprofessional as you can be, bud. But thank you. I will be sure to blacklist your site. All right, there's 7. Take care, Ryan. Oh, goodness gracious. Let's get this kicked off with some ice. 1819. Ice. Jordan Kyrou, headed out to St. Louis. Gavin Bayreuther, $12.99 for Dallas. I didn't even pronounce that remotely close to accurately. That's all right. We'll get them next time. Taves DeBrincat. Svechnikov. That is going to be a Sub-Zero rookie at a $9.99. Carolina. Seth Jones. Spencer Fu, $12.99, Calgary. Something should be good in this one. What you got? That's a Vesalainen. Out of $1.99. Exquisite rookie auto. $9.99 for Dallas. Claude Giroux, Sub-Zero, Philly. Let's go Ultimate Collection. Spice it up a bit before we jump into SPGU by UD. Okay. Out of 149, Joe Thornton. Igor Shesterkin. Out of 99. Look at this patch. Henrik Borgstrom for Florida. I am not mad at this card. Not mad at this card at all. Sick patch. You guys would have liked it. Out of $3.99, it's Nick Suzuki. Mackenzie McEachern, 112. Draisaitl, 275. John Gibson, jersey auto out of 99. The Ducks. Philippe Myers out of 125. Drew Doughty, LA. And Alexander Tessier, $5.99 for Columbus. Stature. Connor Timmins, $3.99. Dumba, $1.49. Boquist, out of 85. All right, Philly. That auto is yours, Joel Farabee. Out of 85. And Timmins. What up, Mac? 1920 ingrained. This is a big ol' pack. And I see why. $2.99 Bernsey. Senshin $2.99. Riley Stillman $2.49. Going to Florida. And you know what, Florida? You have had a fantastic break. It's getting even better with this Sergei Bobrovsky. full carbon fiber. Billy Smith, the Islanders. That's a game used. Game used Woody right there. Shari, out of 50. Buybacks. I said it. UD buybacks. Hey, Mike. Wayne Gretzky. Lanny McDonald. Hardware Hero. Calgary. All right, this turd is last. Hashtag disrespect the cup. 1819 Upper Deck. If you're a regular, you understand why we disrespect the cup. If you're new to the breaks, come watch us in your spare time. You will see some amazing things featuring the cup. That's because that is a lucite card, and there is a certificate of authenticity behind it. Stevie Y, 249. $249 for the Devils. That's a nice little RPA. But this RPA is a little bit nicer in my opinion. How about another Borgstrom? This one out of 95. Oh. Avalanche. He's wearing your jersey. And your logo is on the back. Patrick Waugh. Miro to Dallas. And last but not least, we'll end it on a 101. For the Islanders, chronology masterpiece, Butch Goring. Because Waugh played before the Dominator? The Dominator kept playing until he was 45? Or something? Oh, Vince! Wow, I'm gonna let me take a picture of that so I can frame it on my wall. All right, I have quite a few people waiting. Let's go ahead and get them in order. First up, Andrew. Andrew O, are you here? Mac, it's a bit of a line, bud. Thank you, Greek. And then he went back to the Czech Republic and played for another 5 years. All right, no Andrew. Next up would be Sonny. Sonny, are you here? So this is going to be the fun part. When the debate is over, I will probably be going to lunch, and all of these people are going to want to come back and do their break, and I'm not going to have time for them because they weren't here for their scheduled break. It depends. Hockey cards do well. I mean, Gretzky is a big one. Lemieux. McDavid right now is huge. Cal McCarr is huge. There's a lot. All right, moving on to the next one. Ryan. Oh. Duh. Armando Jones. What up, dude? How's the fam? Baseball at 9 a.m. All right, Mike. Mike C. Are you here? Well, you know what? Black Friday's around the corner, Mondo, and so is Cyber Monday, so you could get one back soon. Also Prime Day, that's right. Couple weeks. That's one of the nice things about having the days off is I can just snipe all of Prime. Actually, I like Marvel more. I really do. Although, oddly enough, I have more DC comics than anything. Mac, go ahead and give me your number. Oh, God, you know they will, Mac. You know they will. That's like saying, is ozone purple? Of course it is. No, ozone O3 in liquid form. It looks like a purple. I remember that from high school. Dude brought in one of those like mobile chemists. Had liquid ozone. And I was like, that's like straight up purple. Boom. I had it right next to me. I don't know why I didn't know that. So they call it blue-black, which to the naked eye looks purple. Go watch a video of it. I mean, it looks purple to me. Yeah. Oh, I got one of them fancy New York educations for high school. All right, Mike, you ready? 2020 Soccer Limited Edition by Hit Parade. Series 154 out of 100. Oh. All right, everybody, plug your ears. Because what we have here is Cristiano Ronaldo. There he is. Can you dig it? Oh, yeah, but Blue, he's going to be great someday. Yeah. He's just a rookie. He's new. But I'm telling you, he's going to be big. No, you're good, Rich. I need you to tell me so I know it's there. Thank you, bud. There you go, dude. That's only the second Ronaldo auto I've ever pulled. Fun fact, both of them were out of Hit Parade. There it is, man. I mean, it's no PSA 9, but I think you're okay with that. Ryan, what's your order number? What up, Jamie? Maybe? Depends on what you're ordering. It was Prism. It was Prism, I believe that was World Cup Russia 18. Yeah, if it's easy and quick, Jamie, go ahead and put it in. All right, I'm going to ask for these same names again. Andrew O, are you ready? Sonny, are you ready? All right, Ryan C. Because some items aren't available to break live. Yeah, Mac, I know. Yeah, a lot of the older stuff is not there to break live. Just for the simple fact that we may not have a ton of it. And usually it sells online fast. Thanks, Jamie. I mean, honestly, Mike, I'm sure if you picked it and put in the notes, please break live with DC, I have a feeling they'd probably get it to me. Because they're supposed to read the notes when they pull the products to see if there's anything special that needs to be done. All right, thank you, Ryan. All right, Ryan, got you right here, bud. All right, this one is for Ryan. Let's go ahead and get something nasty in this Topps 2020 Luminaries. I have seen a lot of autos. I've seen far less patch autos. Let's go ahead and get Ryan a nice patch auto, shall we? Out of 15, Nolan Arenado. Arenado, Colorado. Eight out of 15. Those patch autos are elusive in Luminaries. Solid card, though. Sonny, are you here? All right, I am going to process all of the breaks, and then I'm going to head out to lunch. So when we get back, we will have uninterrupted breaking. I think he's about 10 minutes behind us. You know what? Let's knock these out because you guys are actually waiting. Rich, are you ready? Oh, Scuba, you're here, man. Thanks, Andrew. Andrew, I have 3 breaks, and then I gotta go to lunch. So it is gonna be probably closer to 11:30 now before I'll be able to get to yours. So I don't know if you want to hang out for an hour, or excuse me, 45 minutes, or if you want to go and come back in 45. But it'll be about 11:30 when I can do yours now. Unless these next 3 people don't show up. Sonny, you're third in line. All right, Rich. Rich is also usually about 5 to 10 minutes behind on the video as well. It's going to go Rich, then Jamie, then Sonny, and then lunch, and then Andrew. As soon as I get back, you're the first person when I get back. All right, since Rich is usually behind, Jamie, we're going to do yours. And as soon as he pops up in the chat, he'll go afterwards. So, Jamie, are you ready? All right, Jamie is a placeholder break, for lack of a better term. We are going to do football first, and then baseball. Jamie's got Hit Parade Soccer 2020 Limited Edition Series 1, 82 out of 100. Ha! Told you guys, there he is. Paulo Dybala. He's from Argentina. You know who else is from Argentina? I'll give you a hint. His first name rhymes with Pinal. "2020 Topps Luminaries." Come on, Patch Auto. Out of 15, 15 out of 15, John Smoltz. There you go. All right, this one is Rich's. Oh, Mike, I thought the dialogue was awful when I rewatched it. All right, Rich, what do you want to start with? It is so bad, it's funny. You have that correct. All right, this is for Rich. Rich is on a bit of a time delay. So I asked where to start, haven't got an answer, but I'm running out of time, so we're going to kick it off with Trilogy. If that's not what he wants, I'm sorry, Rich. You know I don't do it maliciously. All right, let's get nasty. Let's get that RPA out of 25, shall we? Barrett Hayton, $4.99. Scuba, you always pick, like, one or two of the same thing. There is no order. I let you pick the number. Oliver Bjorkstrand. Sig Punk. Johnny Quick. Nate McKinnon. Sorella. Mikheyev. $7.99. Precisely. Cody Glass. Clayton Keller. Max Jones. It's out of $7.99 too. Zadina. Stillman, $7.99. Dreisaitl. Vic Olofsson, $9.99. Stature. We had a box of Stature in the hockey mixer today. Not stellar. Let's hope this one performs a little bit better. Or a lot a bit better. And I'm going to tell you right now it is because the case hit is in here. How do I know? I know. Gustafsson, $3.99. Sandin, $149. Barzal, $75. Connor Clifton. Oh, buddy. I'm going to have to get out the hardware for that one. Eight out of 9, Marty Brodeur. Ray Bork, but Marty Brodeur. Eight out of 9er. That's a big boy. Black Diamond. My goodness, this exquisite was happy to leave. It's Phil Zadina. Exquisite rookie, $249. Oh, I smell diamonds. Mikko Rantanen. Oh, baby. Do I ever smell diamonds? Actually going to need a larger case. Three diamond rookie out of 99, Cal McCarr. Ooh. Two biggins. Pulling. That's a manufactured patch. Cam Atkinson. That's not. And last but not least, Zach Senshin. That was a good break. Sonny! Sonny, you are up. All right, Sonny has 2020 Panini Gold Standard Football. Let's do it. Odell Beckham Jr. It's out of 99 for the Land of Cleves. Devin Motor Singletary out of 199. Gloves. Patches, footballs, everything. Adrian Peterson, 199. This next one is nice. I hope it has ink on it. Oh, 249 Tua, Air Bear, and Burra. Newly minted. Tyler Johnson, out of 199. And Jalen Hurts, out of 49. Russell, 75. Solid, man. Solid. Right? All right, I am going to be back at 11:30 Eastern, which is exactly 30 minutes from 1 minute from now. You're welcome, Sonny. And we are going to finish all the personal breaks that are waiting. All right, see you in 30. If you guys place any additional orders, make sure you do put them in the chat. It's literally written right there. And I will be back to collect them for the last hour and a half of power breaks. Back to back to back to back. Rich. Let's go ahead and give Rich his break. All right, Andrew, are you ready? What's wrong, Blue? Did you sit on attack? All right, let's process the rest. All right, Andrew, going twice. Yeah. Oh, I remember the time where we did have somebody who was capable of doing that. Yeah, I hope Check is okay. Maybe he just changed his name and we don't know. All right, last call for Andrew. All right, then. What order do I want to do these in? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I have to make the video so you can see the video. All right, well, let's do it. What's a crystallized insert? Of course, that's the one thing they don't show you what it is. One in every 180 packs. All right, this break is for Andrew. Let me count. 5, 6, 9, 10, 16, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. All right, we are good to go. This is Andrew's Hockey Mixer. What's up, Roy? How are you doing, man? "1920 Trilogy." Ilya Mikheyev out of 999. Yeah, Roy, I'm sorry about that, man. But, you know, second place isn't bad. Out of 499, Jesper Boquist. Brock Besser. All-Star Signature Puck. I see. I'm the cup. I get it. Listen, better than the Sabres. Out of $4.99, Carson Coolman. Max Verano, $7.99. Capo Caco. Nick Suzuki. It's true. That's the only way it works. Jack Hughes. Cole Sherwood. The only thing I just don't like about Trilogy is the packaging, man. A lot of these have bent tops, bent corners, because these packs are just too tight. Gotta give them room to breathe. Mikheyev, level 3 out of 299. Brandon Gignac out of 49. How's that for an RPA? Looking good. Taro Hyros, $9.99. Renstrom, $4.99. And Captain Jack Eichel. $19.20 Ultimate. Jimmy Schultz. Igor, $2.25. Michael Dale Cole, out of 99. What's up, Tony? Hey, Dub. Out of 399, Dominic Kubalik. Little 1920 Black Diamond. Max Jones, $2.99. Loot. Good old Hartford. What up, Ken? Cale Makar, manufactured patch. Elias Anderson out of 249. Brendan Shanahan out of 99. $19.20 ingrained. All right, let's get some wood. $2.99 Barkov. $2.99 Senshin. For the Nash, Rem Pitlick. That one's out of 249. This next one I enjoy as a Sabres fan. Grant Fuhr out of 35. Oh, I know, Ken. I'm actually taking off our Thursday night game. I will not be breaking for the Chiefs-Bills games. Bonjour, je m'appelle Guy Lafleur. Je joue au hockey. Ah. Je voudrais jouer au hockey avec toi. Oui, ah, non. Austin Matthews. And another one. Mark Sheffley. Elvis is in the building, $2.99. Samantha Fox out of 99. Julien Gauthier. Tobias Bjornfoot. That's a rookie auto. Out of 65. Let's get a patch. John Gibson. Brad Marchand. 49. All right, into the really goods. Grammar is terrible. Hit Parade Hockey. Limited edition. Hunted out of hunted. There we go. Losing my garbage bag. Oh my. How about Patty Kane? Sign of the Times on card auto. Man, that's got to be old. 0809. Wow. That's like 12 years ago. It's got to be his rookie. Or close to it. $77 out of 100. Jeff Skinner. Honorable numbers from the Cup. Out of 53. That is 10-11, the Cup. What you know about that 10-11 Cup? Platinum Limited, 11 out of 100. Carter Hart, top 12 rookie SIG. 1920 artifacts. Dig that, dig that. 31 out of 100. Andrei Svechnikov, Shadow Box rookie. It's 81 out of 98 because 99 would have just been weird. I can dig that. All right, hashtag disrespect the cup. 1718 UD the cup. For those watching the video who don't know what I'm talking about, the cup is a regular feature here. And sometimes you just gotta verbally disrespect it to get it to perform. Ken, you can say that again, buddy. Vinny Trocheck, 249. Ian McCushion, 249. This next card is Enfuego. I gotta see how big it is so that I can get a case for it. That is gonna be a 180. This is 2 out of 10. Rookie patch auto. And a bounty for Eric Carlson. All right, we'll get you your spin right after this. Patrick Marleau auto. Let's go back to back on those hits. This is why you sometimes got to disrespect the cup. Samuel Morin. 1 of 1. Rookie printing plate. Printing plate. Let's try that one again. Out of 99, let's go ahead and get a patch auto of Jonathan Drouin. We've got 5 times the 1920 buybacks. All right, this one may not have both of the items in it. This might be a sunken. It is. That one I felt. All right, sunken buyback. This should be a monster. Boston Bruins. Out of 19, Young Gun Auto. Tyler Seguin. I'm going to say that's pretty good. And I'm a Sabres fan. Philadelphia Flyers, 199, Claude Giroux. Jonathan Taves from the Cup. Man. I wish I had buybacks all the time again. Those were great days. And that can be a good thing. Stevie Y, 199. Steve Stamkos, 1/1. How fitting is this auto? Go get it, Stammer. Stanley Cup champion, Steven Stamkos. How about that? I like them apples. Card takes on a whole new meaning now. Ooh, another sunken. Claude Giroux. 1/1 Patrick Waugh. I'm not even gonna slow play that monster. 1/1 Patrick Waugh. Can you dig it? I can. I can. And last but hopefully not least, Sagan. Are you kidding me? How about a gold King Henry? Buybacks are so good. So good. So good. All right, there you go, friend. Dig it. It is a 3-diamond. Ooh, that was solid. We just don't have any more. We don't have enough to keep in there in the warehouse for them to sell through and to have them back here. The last 2 times I had them, somebody went and bought them and they were not available. I think he did pretty well. I think he did pretty well. All right. Here you go, guys. Just take a screenshot for me so that we can jump on to the next things. It would be nice. All right, anybody have an order in that I'm not aware of? It's true. All right, Keegan, sounds good. All right, anybody else jumping in tonight? I take a screenshot going away in 3, 2, 1. Oh, I gotta give him his spin, too. Always forget. Yeah, Ken, I just realized it right before you talked about it. As soon as I looked over at the screen, I realized. All right, so the final bounty of the evening was first hockey RPA less than or equal to 25. That has been got, or gotten, or begotten. Whatever English says. It's gone! All right, so, without any further ado, this one's for Andrew. The Black Suitcase. What's in the Black Suitcase? Gonna use the suitcase to be my level 2. There we go. All right, survey says Topps Finest 2020 Hobby Pack. There you go. That was what's in with the Black Suitcase. Some baseball to go with your hockey. All right, let's get these cranked out. I tell you, the HP bounties have not been moving. I was trying to make them easy. Yeah, Edison. He hasn't said anything. So I figured if I'd be in trouble, I'd know already. I'm not even sure he knows. Oh, it's going to be killer. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about it too. I just love opening it. So last night, earlier in the day, I was talking to Tony. Tony's going to come on again and do another show and hang out with us. Might even hang out with us a little bit longer than he did last time. He actually enjoyed it. It was pretty fun. He wants to announce a whole bunch of things that are going on. He wants to show off a couple of things, and he's like, "Oh, I have the next graded note ready. You should see the hits. They're crazy." I was like, "Oh yeah, show me." So he showed me the three major hits, and I was like, "I'm gonna steal these. I am going to." When he walked away, and I'm like, "I'm taking these with me. I'm gonna put them on the show. I'm gonna spoil the entire run, and I'm gonna show them all three of the major hits." And it's exactly what I did. I was like, I'm either gonna get a felony, or at least yelled at, or he's gonna think it's the funniest thing in the world that I totally just showed him everything that was there. Because they're wild. They were so good, I had to share them. It was like a juicy secret that you knew and nobody else knew. You had to tell somebody. By the way, don't tell me any secrets. So I don't know if you ever knew they were gone, because I replaced them, obviously. Stealth style, ninja style. And he hasn't said anything. I didn't get a note. He might not even know I did it. He might have known they were gone and didn't know it was me. He might have thought it was funny and just didn't say anything. Yeah. It was hilarious. And the hits are amazing. And I recommend you guys, when it comes out, buying all of it. But don't take my word for it. I didn't make a video, so it's just somewhere in the 8-hour time frame. If you go to Facebook, Facebook actually records the entire day. If you fast forward through the video, like just fast forward it every maybe 20 minutes, I had him in my hand on screen for a while. So it is, yeah, it's completely known, the big hits in that line, and they are fantastic. Keegan, do you have the order in? There's a $50 banknote from 1853. It's ridiculously cool. All right, does anybody else plan on ordering tonight before I start cleaning up? Blue, I don't doubt it. Do you have an order number yet, Keegan? What up, Frank? Give me a second while I wait for his to show up. I'll find you one. How about them Steelers? I'm not 100% sure that all of these will have the history lessons attached to them. But there you go. I believe that product is sold out. Pretty much everywhere. You can still find it. It's about 500. You did. How much did you get for dirt? Complained there wasn't enough dirt. Did they send it back? Oh, are you kidding me? My client is frozen. Oh. Blue, it's some people are just ridiculous. Yeah, the letters are the best. All right, let me find. Watching me type is probably as agonizing as watching a Klingon knit. I don't even have it memorized. I type 40 words per minute, hunting and pecking. I've just been doing it for so long that I'm efficient at looking at the keyboard. All right, let me see if I can get this reset. If not, the day is over. When I worked for Geico, I used to have to administer the words per minute typing test. When I was in HR, to determine that you met the minimum requirements to multitask on the phone to work there, which makes sense. I mean, it's an online gig. You're in front of a computer. You got to know how to type. So many people, and I'm not going to classify anyone by gender or anything, but so many people would come in and fail miserably the test and then tell me that the machine was broken. So I would immediately be like, hold on, where did you sit? I would sit at their computer. I would do a typing test. I said, I will guarantee you, I will be between 39 and 41 words per minute, like clockwork, every single time. No fail. And I would sit at that computer and I would pound out the test, and it would be always 39 to 41. And they're like, well, it didn't work for me. And I'm not allowed to say, is it possible you failed because you have 3-inch nails on your hands with little jingling bells and rings in them? And I am almost certain you cannot type the mandatory number of words per minute with the balls of your fingers as opposed to the tips of them. Not allowed to say that. But I had a theory. All right, the client is down. Unfortunately, Keegan, I cannot process your order. Every once in a while, our client, which is fairly archaic, will seize. The only 2 people in the world that can fix it are asleep at 1 in the morning. So unfortunately, I do have to make you wait until tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sorry. Believe me, nothing infuriates me more than having to tell somebody no. Just ask my spoiled son. But there's nothing I can do. I sent an email to IT. There's no way they're going to get back to me. Yeah, you will be getting 50 out of 100. I'm going to put your name on it. Watch this. Is it AN or EN? I'm sorry, I should know that. AN, okay, thank you. That's the one you're going to see tomorrow. Adios. Yeah, so I can't do anything. I mean, we could talk for 20 minutes. If you guys want to talk to me, I don't know who'd want to. What's up, Frank? Besides Blue and maybe Scoob. This is my marker bag. Ain't it cute? I will, guys. Be safe. Oh, sweet baby. Right now, of the stuff that I have regularly, I would have to say... Oh, goodness. The first off the line Panini Black is up there. Oh, thanks, Ken. It's a pleasure having you around, man. Stop by tomorrow. We do it every day, Monday through Friday, until 1 a.m. Normally, I'm breaking, but occasionally IT makes it... well, not IT. The system makes it impossible for me to work. And I don't expect my IT guy to be up till 1 a.m. every day when he's got to be here by 7. I did email him asking if he can just teach me how to do it, and I'll just go to a remote computer and do it. What's the most sentimental thing in my PC? That's actually, it's easy. Well, sentimental. Sentimental. That is, Justin, that is a good question. So, sentimental, but not necessarily the most important piece. I was... Oh, all right. Well, Ken, stay safe. Wear a mask, please, buddy. Don't get sick on us. I don't know if you know Don. Don is one of our regulars. He was a professional bowler, and he almost died of COVID-19. He was missing for weeks from our chat, and he came back, and he's like, you guys will never believe it. I was in the hospital, and I almost died on Wednesday. I was like, no way. He got it at the bowling center. Him and 18 other people, including the bartender who had it bad. So be careful, man. I don't want you to end up like Don. Don pulled through, but he will tell you if he's ever around. It is the worst thing he ever experienced. He actually made peace with his God. He said, I was prepared to die. So be careful, man. Don Barry. He's on all the time. He goes by his full name. You'll see Don. But man, just be careful. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's safe ways of doing it. But yeah, that's for those who don't know, that's why Don was gone for all those weeks. He was in the hospital. Same with Roy McClurg, the regular that we have here. Roy's on quite frequently. He's the one that buys out all the football. He didn't go to the hospital, but he said for 2 weeks, it was the worst thing he ever endured. And the week to 2 weeks afterwards, the recovery was brutal. I haven't gotten it. This place sanitizes everything. This room is sanitized twice a day. Once a week, they do an industrial full spray of everything out there. And everybody's got a mask on in here. And then home, nobody leaves the house other than me. My wife works from home. So I'm very minimally exposed. But yeah, he was like, man, that is no joke. And he even said he didn't take it as seriously as he thought he needed, as it should have been. So just be careful out there. I care about you guys. So let me answer that question. Justin, the most sentimental piece is I have, in 2015, Topps made Diamond Football. Topps Diamond Football had a ton of veteran autos. I was able to, out of sheer luck. Oh, nice! I used to live just outside of Houston. I used to live in Katy. I have 3. I managed to score 3 Jim Kelly out of 50 autos. The same card out of 50. I was able to grab 11 out of 50, 18 out of 50, and 15 out of 50. And that's my son, James Kelly's, birthday, 11, 18, 15. So I have a patch auto of Jim Kelly for my son that the 3 cards put together spell his birthday out. Wow, Caffeine, that's crazy, man. Thank you for sharing. No, Justin, I didn't chase the 12. So out of happenstance, I got the 11. I got the 11. It was like inexpensive. And then I was able to get the 15 about 2 days later. And I was like, oh, I have his birthday, 11, 15. Or excuse me, 11. I got the 11 and the 18. I was like, oh, I got the 11, 18. I got his birthday, 11, 18. And on my way to go to sleep, I tend to look at my phone and shop before I go to sleep, which is terrible for you. I was falling asleep and I noticed the 15 out of 50 had 4 minutes left in the bid. The other 2, I got them buy it now. This one was actually on auction. And I happened to look at my phone. It was like 4 or 5 minutes. It was less than 10 minutes. That's on my son's life. I'm fairly certain it was less than 10 minutes. I know it was definitely less than 20. So let me just generalize as much as possible. I happened to be looking at my phone and noticing that was like, oh my God, that's ending. And I was just like, $1,000. I put $1,000 as my max bid to make sure I got it. And I ended up getting it for like $125. So I stumbled into his full birthday. That's the most sentimental because I will do something with those eventually. Probably get them mounted or present them in a particular way. The most important card in my collection is I want to say it's the 1993 action-packed 24 karat gold Emmett Smith. that was the first card I ever collected. Subsequently, that was the first card a professional card shop tried to rip me off for. And that's what got me collecting. It was either 92 or 93. I was either 12 or 13. I'd have to look at the card to remember the exact year. I hid it in a pack. I went back to the local card shop. Place was called the Dugout. It doesn't exist, and I can tell you why. I went back to the Dugout, and I don't remember the name of the guys that were there. And I said, "Hey, this card is different than the other ones. This one says gold on it." And the guy was like, "Oh yeah, that's special. I'll give you," I can't remember what he said. He was like, "I'll give you $20 cash or $40 trade." Now, mind you, I'm 12 or 13. And I was like, whoa, okay. I don't know. It seems pretty cool because I mean, it's 1992. It's a 1992 action-packed 24 karat gold. Give me a second. I'll show you a picture of it. No photo available. Figures. So this is it right here. The Emmett Smith 24 karat gold. So I was like, I don't know, it seems pretty cool. Then the second guy that was working at the shop goes, "I'll give you $50 right now," and pulled out $50 bill from his wallet. And I was like, oh, that's great, because in 1992, $50, you were buying a couple of boxes of cards back then, which we all know how that turned out. And the guy who ran the shop, the guy who I believe was the owner, said, "You know what? Go get your dad. I don't think we can do that." And the buddy's like, "Whoa, why? Come on, man. We can get this for $50. So I get my dad. I was like, "Dad, the guy wants to give me $50 for this card." And my dad's like, "This guy's not giving you $50 for the card." I was like, "Yeah, go down there. Do it." He goes, "All right, I'll go down there." So I stay home. My father goes down there. My father's like, "Stay home." He thought he was going to be the master negotiator. So he gets down there, and the guy's like, "Yeah, we'll offer you $50 for your son's card." And my dad goes, "Well, how much is it worth?" He's like, "Well, we're probably going to put it in the case for like 100, but it's going to sit in the case, and, we're not going to be able to see it." And my dad goes, "Yeah, but how much is it worth?" And the guy's like, and he pulls out the Beckett. It was like $250 at the time, or it was something like $200, $250, something along those lines. And my dad's like, "And you were going to offer my son $50 for this card?" And the who I assume was the owner of the shop was like, "Well, no, that's why I wanted to have you come down. I was going to give you a fair offer." And he goes, "So either you were going to offer my son $50 or my son's a liar, and my son doesn't lie," which you guys know, I don't lie. Normally. I mean, I'm 40 years old. I've told lies in my life, but it's not a habitual thing. But obviously, a 12-year-old me is definitely not lying. And my dad goes, "You guys are," this is what he told me. He said, he goes, "You guys are scumbags. I am going to tell the parent of every single kid that comes here exactly what you did, and you will absolutely go under." So my father got on the phone chain and called the parents of every one of our friends and told them the story exactly of what happened. And that shop became known as, literally, you weren't allowed to call it the Dugout. The parents made you call it the Rip-Off Shop. So you weren't allowed to go to the Rip-Off Shop. And about 6 months later, it was no longer there. All because they wanted to make a quick buck off of a 12-year-old. So that, my father said, no, F that guy. You're going to keep this card forever. That's yours. So it's not in great shape. I was 12 years old. It was now sort of South Buffalo. It was the South Buffalo West Seneca border. It was on Harlem Road. But it was in West Seneca. But it was on Harlem Road. I mean, South Buffalo is the other side of the tracks on and I don't mean it like that. I mean, there's literally tracks. There's West Seneca, and then there's the tracks, and then Buffalo. So I don't mean the other side of the tracks. I mean, it's literally on the opposite side of the tracks. Because I'm not trashing South Buffalo. I love South Buffalo. I spent a lot of time in South Buffalo. Believe me. But yeah, so we were like right there. And it was... So I kept the card. My dad got a screw plastic for it and everything. The card's beat to crap. But I will never get rid of that card because it was that card that made me realize I wanted to collect because like, oh, this is really cool. People like these things. These are awesome. And the first card I got was a parallel. It was the 24 karat gold. So I found out that there's all these different variations and I was like, cool. So a lot of my collection is not base. A lot of mine's variations, autos, things that are different. That makes up a large part of my PC. My PC is not worth a lot. When I typically hit something big, like in excess of $500, I usually sell it. I pay bills or I buy some oddball stuff. Caffeine, that is spectacular. 5 of 5. I love it. DZ, that's crazy. The only one so truth be told, I PC Jim Kelly for my son. I PC all the Bills. And that's really it. I really don't PC anybody outside of Buffalo. I just PC the team. I'll give you an example. 2019 Spectra first off the line, Pat Mahomes on-card auto out of 20. Immediately sold it. Ken, that is a beautiful, beautiful buy right there. 20 Jeters. Love it. Actually, I just recently sold a Josh Allen. I sold a Josh Allen printing plate to pick up some Gabe Davis autos. Because Gabe Davis is the real deal. If you don't think so, keep watching the season. As a matter of fact, you guys already saw, anybody who watched the Rams-Bills game saw Josh Allen drop a dime on the sideline to Gabe Davis, who hauled it in and kept both feet in. Gabe Davis is the truth. He's not going to be your number one, but Gabe Davis is your big 6'4" rangy guy. That's what I would do, Ken. I wouldn't flood the market. One of the biggest mistakes that one of the most recent fines, attic fines, was the Ty Cobb. Somebody found 12 Ty Cobbs, or 13 Ty Cobbs, and made the mistake of releasing all of them, effectively doubling the number of those Ty Cobbs that existed. If he would have just put them out one at a time, he would have made 10 times what he made. Justin, I used to have a sick guitar pick collection before I got robbed. I have one from Joan Jett. when I met Joan Jett. I had one from all of the, from Robbie, Johnny, and Nate from the Goo Goo Dolls. Nate was their traveling mandolin player. Basically every band I ever saw, I managed to get a pick. Marilyn Manson wasn't his. It was, I think, Twiggy Ramirez. Yeah, one at a time. It's the best way to do it. Well, you can always pay them to make it come back quicker. They don't tell you that. I probably shouldn't tell you that. But you can pay to have it expedited. Call them, give them your order number, and then ask them how much it would cost to expedite it. They'll make it happen. Money talks in this industry, bud. Take my word for it. I guarantee it. You might not like the number, but they'll give you a number and they'll have it expedited. I've seen it happen. I've pulled a card. I've pulled a card. I'm not going to tell you what the card is because I'm going to give you prices. I pulled a card. We overnighted it to the person because it was a big deal. They had it graded in a week and a half and back in their hands within 2 weeks. They paid $1,200 to grade it. Card's worth probably $100K. I'm not going to go into details. Actually, I think it was $1,600 they paid because you have to pay insurance. But believe me, it can happen. Ken, that's a good idea, man. Next time one of them are in the guest show, ask them. Absolutely ask them. They love ideas. As a matter of fact, there are like 2 products that were almost completely compiled by people who gave the info. Oh yeah, caffeine, absolutely. And that's exactly why you're going to pay $1,000 to make 100? Yeah, okay. Let's do it. That's pretty dope, Justin. All the ones I had were used because I would either do security or I would be in the front row. And anytime they were wearing through a pick and looking at it, I'd raise my hand and jump up and be like, pick. The Joan Jett one, it was literally thrown at me. It's cool. It's ribbed. It's like, the pick looks like this. This is like, actually more like that. But it is one of the weirdest things I ever saw. Because it's almost like it has little individual places to either hold down a cord or something. Nice. I didn't get into Kiss until my later years. I didn't get into a lot of music. I'm 40. Let me start there. I grew up in New York. So I grew up on equal parts metal and rap. Hardcore gangster rap. It's hilarious, but it's true. So I have a very well-rounded taste in music. In my teens, in the 90s, obviously grunge was king. But I started getting into garage and seeing a lot of local guys, which were a lot of hardcore music from the hardcore punk scene and other things. So that was just from where I lived. And then in my 20s, when I was in the military, I started getting into pretty much everything but country. I just can't stand country. I've tried. I can't do it. But it wasn't until like my 30s that I listened to Pearl Jam, but I never listened to Pearl Jam. And I wish back in the 90s, I understood exactly what Eddie Vedder was singing. And likewise, Kiss, which getting to your part of the story, I understood it's like, yeah, anthem music, rock, love it, cool, sweet. Arena, awesome. I didn't understand how great it was until I was in my 30s going, oh, I know exactly what he's singing about, or, oh, I know exactly what he means. I was like, oh, that was cool. Okay, now it's like, wow. It's almost like, yeah, at 10, I probably shouldn't know what he's talking about. But it wasn't until I started re-listening to a lot of things in my 30s that I was like, okay, I get it. I got into, oh goodness, European speed metal. I got into everything. Industrial. I still will throw industrial on if I'm working and trying to grind out a job. Wow, I just received a trade offer in my Dynasty League from a guy who I know is in this time zone and has to work tomorrow. Wow, that is quite a few picks, man. I like the Misfits one. Tell me it's actually from the Misfits. Biggest card envy I've had from opening here. Ken, that is disgusting. I love it. Johnny Cash signed guitar. Forget about it, man. Jerry Only? Dig it. Biggest envy. Well, I mean, I'm poor. So when people hit, $30,000 cards that I pull for them, I get envy there because I'd like to not be poor. As far as non-monetary, I really enjoyed pulling the Jack Eichel RPA out of 99. The story behind that, Jack Eichel signed an exclusive contract, I think it was with Leaf, to sign for his rookie year. The contract was 3 years long. So what Upper Deck did is Upper Deck saved his RPAs from 2015-2016, had him sign them, and then didn't release them till 18-19. Ken, that is super cool. And I'm sorry for your loss, but that is super cool. Yeah. The same thing is going to happen with the other Saber. Rasmus Dahlin. Rasmus Dahlin signed an exclusive. So expect the Dahlin cards in 23 Cup. 22-23 Cup. Justin, I can't declare myself a Misfits fan because I haven't listened to enough of their music to say I'm a fan. I know who they are. I dig their vibe. I've heard a lot of their things. I know how iconic and important they are, but I don't own a single album. One of my best friends growing up, Nick. Nick was a fanatic. Him and Loaf, another buddy, Andy, they emulated the Misfits. Matter of fact, Loaf was in a cover band forever. So I heard a lot of the music. I understand its importance, but I can vibe to it for a bit, and then I'm on to the next thing. No, I'm not going to say his last name, but it's not that. Nick is from Orchard Park. I actually, believe it or not, I was an Orchard Park Quaker. I hated that I was. I fought everybody that was in there. But unfortunately, I was an Orchard Park Quaker. And I'm like the anti-Quaker. I'm the anti-Orchard Park High School kid when I was there. And I hate Orchard Park and won't go back there because, no offense if you guys live there, a bunch of jerks when I lived there. Yeah. Ho, ho, ho. So all my friends basically from high school are still in Orchard Park. But yeah. So I listen to everything. Like right now, I'm on the way to work. I had just basically my phone on shuffle. I heard The Weeknd. I heard Ain't That a Kick by Dean Martin. I can't remember the name of the Rammstein song. What was the other song? I was actually singing it. Oh, Sublime, What I Got. No, I wasn't Du Hast. It was... I'll see if I can find it. I grew up, so I lived with, my mother was very, 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 very young when she had me. So I lived with my mom, my aunt, and my grandparents for a while. They were huge metalheads, and they were the ones that got me into Rat. They got me into Metallica, Megadeth. They got me into what was their name? It's the first metal album to go platinum. Quiet Riot. Believe it or not, first metal album to go platinum. They are the ones that started it all. Poison. Wademan's Hell, it's called. Wademan's Hell is the name of the song. Oh, and the Cranberries. There was a Cranberries song today that was on too. Cannibal Corpse. Hey man, Kenny G's relaxing. I like big band. I love big band music. Big band music. It's great music is what it is. It's basically a mini orchestra playing and somebody singing. Big band is great. When I was playing Fallout 3, I fell in love with a lot of the old 40s, 50s stuff. My God, the double entendres they would sing about in today's music. I liked rockabilly. I like horrorbilly. There was a band called the Crypt Creepers. They were phenomenal. Horrorbilly is awesome. I was a big Hepcats fan. Brian Setzer Orchestra. Cherry Poppin' Daddies. I thought were fantastic, even though they were just riding the wave. Yeah, man. I like that stuff. Anything that was in the 90s, I pretty much like. Cadillac 3, I've heard of them. I've heard of them from somewhere. I did not know that. Interesting. Recently, I've been getting into a lot of non-lyrical stuff. I've always was a fan of... God, who did... It was a... I can't remember the name of the band that did... Apocalyptica. Like Apocalyptica. There is a whole channel on... Pandora that is dedicated to classical instruments playing modern music, and I don't remember what it's called. I loved ska. Yeah. No, I understand, Justin. I get it, man. Yep. I envied the gutter punks. I thought that was cool as hell. And till I realized it wasn't a show. That was just kind of what it really was. And then I was like, okay. Yeah, we had some, we had a dude in Florida, Pork Chop. He was gutter punk. He basically was just Pork Chop. He is who he was. Either you liked him or you didn't. But if it was your if he was your friend, anything you needed, he had. But if he didn't like you, he wouldn't talk to you. All right, everybody, I got to get out of here. Yeah, Justin, I got to go. Here's a fun fact. The IT guy just got back to me. So, the poor guy probably got my email and had to get up. So, I've heard a lot about them, Ken. I haven't seen them personally. But he's right. I'm actually late, so I got to get out of here. I love each and every one of you. You guys know that by now. And I want to do this again tomorrow with each and every one of you. So stay safe, so that we can hang out. And we will do this same darn thing, except for on a Wednesday. All right, guys, take care. Be safe.